Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt. The edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered. Her eyelashes were thick. She breathed softly. Her hands were as white as snow. Her movements were light and slow. She was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big. There was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow. His face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. They were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunxing." The old man was Tai Bai Yunxing. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan, the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Guyue Fang Yuan. "Little Aunt, I am back." He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fang and Bai. "My relationship with Little Lan has always been kept a secret. Outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fan Yuan. Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Jinyang Tower." Fan Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal. But I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fan Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Qing. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. "Please take a seat, this is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fang and Bai to sit down. Fan Yuan waved his hand, rejecting. "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea. Junior Fang is really decisive," Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone. There was a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its back was not smooth. It was like a craggy mountain wall. There were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time. "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu. It is as famous as Si Vow Gu. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated. Junior Fang, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow?" Fan Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. "What place can be better than this mountain?" Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand. He asked in confusion. "What mountain is this?" "This mountain is called Snowy Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Snowy Mountain, I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals, Snowy Mountain blessed land? Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? He Lulan snorted coldly. Fan Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. There is a difference between mortals and immortals, old Bai. You have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu immortal world from me. This fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain blessed land's third peak. You can call her third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. Lord! A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad, Liang Er, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing. Your talent is better than mine. In the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qinyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. Give me your hand. Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it. Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern. Although Dongfang tribe and the other righteous path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor, you must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety. There is no need to rush. In the tribe there are demonic path spies. Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish, the redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic path Gu Immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a super force, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other. finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move, they could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous. One after another, those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled, dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fan Yuan destroyed giant sun immortals' arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus Northern Plains' disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyang Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now, large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fan Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fan Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fan Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the Purple Stone Forest. It was all thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai Bai Yunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Fan Yuan stretched out his thick monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai Bai Yunxing entered his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a Gu worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person, it was jade green, it had no temperature, it was very cold. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious Gu worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them. They were definitely captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the Gu master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which Gu immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to northern plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness. He was likely to expose Fan Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Luan. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fan Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Langya Blessed Land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 Cloud Pavilions. However, what Fan Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai Baiyinshin came out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fan Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. "What's going on? We have already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. Why has the land spirit not appeared?" Tai Baiyinshin frowned, feeling even more alert. "Let's go in and take a look," Fan Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. "Look there is a desolate beast corpse." Halfway through, Tai Baiyinshin suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back, there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. "This is the desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish," Fan Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langya had a beast enslavement immortal goo that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langya suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Fan Yuan and Tai Baiyinshin's presence. In front of him was a goo immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman Goo immortal. "What? Another strong enemy?" The Inkman Goo immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. "So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago." The land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkman Goo immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langya Blessed Land as a guest. "Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time, we cannot be disturbed." The Inkman Goo immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. "But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beast to stop him for now," the land spirit of Langya said while gritting his teeth. "We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langya has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langya Blessed Land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat." Just as Tai Baiyinshin said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud's soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast! Tai Bai Yinxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes, it only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Bai Yinxing finally recognized this desolate beast. "This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab!" Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he encountered a swamp crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Goo on it. It brought disaster to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan stepped into Northern Plains and conspired to obtain Tai Bai Yinxing's landscape as before Immortal Goo. Right now, Fan Yuan risked his life to not only save Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yinxing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and goo. The swamp crab blocked the two's path. Tai Bai Yinxing stopped and asked Fan Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fan Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight. Be careful." Tai Bai Yinxing nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Fan Yuan. He was a healing goo immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Fan Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply, his back straightened and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red, his face was green and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fan Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body. But it was extraordinarily agile, its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Fan Yuan was a flying master, he seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Fan Yuan's attack. Fan Yuan's 6-meter-tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack just now. Tough enough! Fan Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fan Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, his 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh! 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fan Yuan's back opened, he stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fan Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fan Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 goo immortal. Even if Fan Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab's shell is extraordinarily hard, its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it, I can only use brute force to counter brute force. Using brute force to counter brute force, that is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Fan Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws, they were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability. It could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold, he took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fan Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam, each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew, fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream, its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yinxing was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fan Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Chapter 668. The land spirit of Langya looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkman Gu immortals and Tai Bai Yinxing feel a chill in their hearts. Fan Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms, he had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Fan Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains, he had not a single immortal Yuan stone, thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal goo. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo in Fan Yuan's possession, thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear, so Fan Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path. Its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Fan Yuan huge trouble and made Fan Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad Self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Langya glared at Fan Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yinxing was standing behind Fan Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Langya had a tall and thin body. His hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's. He wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Fan Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Fan Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Langya. He stared at the land spirit of Langya who was tied up. Furrowing his brows, he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Langya's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this? He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. Hee. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Humph, land spirit of Langya, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine goo now. You're really losing face for your main body." Fan Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Langya's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Langya blessed land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Langya repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Langya scolded at Fang Yuan. "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of True Yang building was definitely caused by you. So many people died, the clansmen of two super forces lost their lives, the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill, your days must not be good." The Inkman Gu immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman Gu immortal's pupils shrunk, an intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out, it was too late. "How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these two?" The Inkman Gu immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The two people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down, and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the Inkman Gu immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkman Gu immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these two fierce people. "Land spirit of Langya, why aren't you introducing this person to us?" Fan Yuan chuckled. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want land spirit of Langya to reply, who knew what the straightforward land spirit would say. Thus, the Inkman Gu immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, "I am Mo Tan Sang, I live in Inkman City. I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains." Tai Bai Yunxing's brows rose. He had not expected this person to have such a background. He immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now, the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks, many of them were sold as slaves, their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence, they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in Northern Plains. They had 3 Inkman Gu immortals. The Mo Tan Sang in front of them was the Inkman City Lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless Gu immortals, and maintain the Inkmen's survival. This was not easy, it showed the Inkman King's talent and methods. "Inkman King Mo Tan Sang," Fan Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Inkman King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant. He had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fan Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkman King Mo Tan Sang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring, he could also adapt to circumstances, he could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan lightly praised. "So it is the Inkman King, you indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people." I wouldn't dare. The Inkman King quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain. "I have been good friends with the land spirit of Langya for many years. In fact, Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkman City is most proficient in Chi Path, and coincidentally, the land spirit of Langya was struck by a Chi Path seal. Thus, we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of northern plains to be in chaos. Such elegance, I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkman City. We have always been suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkman City, offering countless Inkman women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the land spirit's friend. That means you are my, and Mo Tansang's friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkman City as a guest. As expected of the Inkman King, he was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill, and was neither servile nor overbearing. It was very rare. Who is a friend of this brat? The land spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fang Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, replying with deep meaning. There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkman City to take a look. Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Langya. Not buying the land spirit's words, he continued to provoke. Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine goo for me. Did you forget I still have one chance to ask you to refine goo? If I ask you to refine goo, you have to do it even if you don't want to. The land spirit of Langya had no shrewdness. His anger surged again. Normally, goo immortals would ask him to refine goo. Their attitudes were all polite, and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fang Yuan? But what Fang Yuan said was the truth. He still had one last chance to refine goo. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. Damn this scoundrel! I am so angry, so angry! The land spirit of Langya's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly, he smiled happily. Ah, I am trapped. This cheap-ass seal is too troublesome. There are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier, the Inkman King only unlocked the first layer. Ha, I really can't help you refine goo now. I can't do it. This is great. Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death, unable to refine goo. His greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time, he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Langya laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain. His horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business. He did not want to offend Fang Yuan easily. Fang Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine goo, forget it. I came here for another matter. I want to make a deal with you. Deal? What deal? The land spirit of Langya asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Langya had high intelligence, he had an honest nature. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. The deal is simple. You should still remember that I am a wisdom path goo master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal goo recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal. Fang Yuan said. Deduce a goo recipe? The land spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Langya mocked. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a zombie now. You still want to deduce a goo recipe? Or an immortal goo recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. The Inkman King said. If it is an immortal goo recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal goo recipe? The land spirit of Langya was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger. Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal goo recipe. Chapter 669. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the goo worm in Fang Yuan's hand. The goo worm was brimming with immortal energy, it contained surging laws, it was no doubt an immortal goo. But no one knew what immortal goo it was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's heart jolted, he recalled what Fang Yuan had once revealed to him. This goo! Land Spirit of Langya's eyes shine. I have never seen this goo before, this is a new goo. He jumped in front of Fang Yuan. His nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the goo worm, he sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next, he shouted, this is the aura of Luck Path, this is a Luck Path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed Truyang building, but it seems your gains are not small. Fang Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the great land spirit of Langya is so ignorant. This is not a new goo, it had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this goo is called Calamity Beckoning, it was created by a certain generation's fairy, Mo Yao, of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shine. If I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Ink Men. She cultivated to rank 7, her charisma was outstanding, even the famous sword immortal Bo Qing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar. When he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. Sire, please don't blame me. I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young, thus I am very familiar with her deeds. Fang Yuan found it funny to think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from the humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Fang Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal goo. Fang Yuan mocked for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning immortal goo and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of goo worm this is. The Land Spirit of Langya immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath. His nervous expression turned into pride. Of course I recognize this immortal goo. It was called Cleanse Soul. It was a supplementary item for Soul Path goo immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts goo was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luopa Valley's Fog and Luopa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It could refine a goo immortal soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body. Oh? You actually recognize this goo? Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked, but inwardly thought. So this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self allowed Fang Yuan to create his own Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms contained a trace of Fang Yuan's soul, thus Fang Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the Killer Move Myriad Self would expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. The Land Spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan's shock and the pride on his face intensified. But Fang Yuan continued, You are lucky this time, you happen to recognize this immortal goo. Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength. If you have strength, you don't even know Calamity Beckoning immortal goo? You. Forget it, look at this immortal goo, you definitely won't recognize it. Take it out, let me see its background. The Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Fang Yuan took out another goo. The Land Spirit of Langya concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time, he laughed. Haha, this is the Luck Path Immortal Goo, Rising Azure Cloud. Rising Azure Cloud? Tai Bai Yinxing interrupted. That's right. The Land Spirit of Langya was proud, shaking his head. This goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud. Fan Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. Land Spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first, Fan Yuan said. What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it, the Land Spirit of Langia retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Fan Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time, his expression changed. Ah, so it's you. What goo is this? Tai Bai Yinxing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already seen through Fan Yuan's intentions. Although Fan Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang Building, he did not know their origins, and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo, and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful, and might harm oneself. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada, these immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual. Even if they were activated, without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although Wisdom Goo could assist Fan Yuan, this was a deduction based on Fan Yuan's knowledge. The Land Spirit of Langia did not suspect anything, he showed off his knowledge. This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar, it is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records, and paid close attention to it back then. I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo, it combines nurturing and refinement. Fan Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage, and refinement, three aspects. Normally speaking, although these three aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Fan Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. But there was a type of goo worm that combined nurturing and usage. Fan Yuan was very proficient in it in his previous life. It was the infamous rank 5 goo, blood guillotine. Then this woman's heart that combined nurturing and refinement. What goo was it? Fan Yuan was curious, but it was not convenient for him to ask this question directly. At this time, Tai Bai Yinxing cooperated. It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. I have lived for so long. This is the first time I have heard of it. The Land Spirit of Langia glanced at Tai Bai Yinxing. Lad, you are still young, you have not lived long enough. The number of goo worms is as vast as the sea, they vary greatly. Nurturing, usage, and refinement, all three aspects are profound and profound. As the saying goes, woman's heart is the most vicious. This immortal goo, woman's heart, is a poison path immortal goo. Its poison is extremely fierce. We need to feed it. We need a woman's heart. The process of feeding it is a process of continuous refinement and refinement. The more hearts you feed it, the more venomous it will be. Tai Bai Yinxing's expression changed. It needs a woman's heart. So vicious. This is a demonic goo. Actually, we can use a female variant human's heart as a substitute, but the effect is slightly worse than a human's heart. The same poison requires even more female variant human hearts. The Land Spirit of Langia recalled. Tai Bai Yinxing said with a solemn expression. Even variant humans. They are living beings. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, they have feelings and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo? Saying so, Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Fan Yuan worriedly. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo, woman's heart, and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langia, I admit you do have some ability. But it is only at this level. You are slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha, this immortal goo in my hand. You will definitely not be able to guess its origin. Fan Yuan was very confident. The Land Spirit of Langia's gaze was attracted by the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, his expression clearly becoming nervous. But after a few breaths of time, the nervousness on his face disappeared. He let out a breath of turbid air. I recognized this immortal goo, haha. Back then, when my main body and giant sun immortal discussed cultivation, I saw this immortal goo. Oh? Is there really such a coincidence? Fan Yuan said with an expression of disbelief. Of course. The land spirit of Langya's eyes were spewing fire. Fan Yuan's expression of disbelief made him feel very unhappy. To prove himself, he said everything he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. Its effect is very special. It can link the goo master's luck with other people's luck. If one side has good luck, it will be shared with the other side. Similarly, if one side has bad luck, it will also affect the other side. If you also have luck inspection goo, you can observe other people's luck. If you see a lucky person, you can use this Connect Luck immortal goo. But this is not the best way to use it. Because luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. If you want to use it like this, you will need another break luck immortal goo. A better way is to use other luck path immortal goo together, to link your luck with the luck of mountains and rivers, the luck of rivers, the luck of blessed lands and grotto heavens, or even the luck of immemorial desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yinxing understood the logic and nodded in agreement. That's right, famous mountains and rivers have existed for a long time, blessed lands and grotto heavens are not easily destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are comparable to rank 8 goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than a person's luck. The land spirit of Langya sighed. Luck path is a different path, it points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added. The 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Fan Yuan's scheme. He wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about immortal goo. But he did not expose this. Fan Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Fan Yuan just for this. Fan Yuan nodded at Inkman King, before looking at the land spirit of Langya. Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your immortal goo recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will give you an immortal goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the immortal goo recipe, you can take my immortal goo. That way, you can be at ease. The value of immortal goo usually far surpassed the immortal goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting. Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. All right, I will not take any risks in this transaction, I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first, I will give you at most 3 immortal goo recipes. No matter which immortal goo recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an immortal goo recipe, give it to me, I will give you the immortal Yuan stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. Chapter 670. After smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial, the prophets could help Fan Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain immortal Yuan stone. But these methods required time to plan, or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langya was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan left the cloud path immortal goo, rising azure cloud, and Langya blessed land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising azure cloud was a movement goo. Fan Yuan did not lack movement immortal goo, he already had worldly wave trace. The latter was suitable for water path goo immortals. It was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising azure cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending, its speed was slower than worldly wave trace. Fan Yuan was a pragmatist. To him, worldly wave trace was more practical. That night in northern plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence, in that situation, he did not know Langya Blessed Land's true state. He had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value. Not to mention one bead of green grape immortal essence, even if it was 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat with Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement immortal Gu, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Li Shan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other, and even worked together in secret. Fairy Li Shan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dong Fong Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land's Spirit of Langya. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, He was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Firmly occupying the peak of rank 6, he had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fan Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleansed Soul slightly. Because even though Cleansed Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu was unique to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal Gu created him. Without this mystical Gu, Fan Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture, or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fan Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fan Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fan Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring Autumn Cicada's luck. The land spirit of Langya provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The most praiseworthy way was to use other Luck Path Immortal Gu with Connect Luck Immortal Gu, connecting the Gu Master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Fan Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one Luck Path Immortal Gu, he did not have anything else to use with it. Fan Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. The land spirit of Langya had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck, one has to pay attention to it at all times, otherwise, the user would be a burden. If it was used with Break Luck Gu, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Fan Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who had used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He knew who the influential figures of each era were, he even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures, and use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring Autumn Cicada, my luck has always been terrible, after linking my luck, I will always be the one to benefit. Fan Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to roam the 5 regions, he would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes that Fan Yuan had brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Gu remnant recipes were very high in completion, they were all above 90%, one of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Gu recipe, the wills produced by Mortal Gu were not enough. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first. At the same time, in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunxing had his hands behind his back, standing in front of Land Spirit of Langya and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state. His eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunxing stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for Land Spirit of Langya, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Bai Yunxing did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land Spirit of Langya sized up Tai Bai Yunxing, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others. This strange feeling was not common. He took out landscape as before Immortal Gu and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise. To think that there is such a miraculous immortal goo! With this immortal goo, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This immortal goo is extremely valuable. Land Spirit of Langia was also interested. I have heard of this immortal goo. It was once Immortal Nine Regrets' possession. Immortal Nine Regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of spectral soul demon Venerable. Not only does he have landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this immortal goo of yours personally. Study it for me, it will definitely give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 immortal yuan stones as compensation. Land Spirit of Langia had a huge business. He was a very wealthy person. He did not lack immortal yuan stones. 5 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal goo were very private. They were not easily exposed. But Tai Bai Yunxing had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future, thus he had no choice but to expose landscape as before immortal goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Langia? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing did not agree, Land Spirit of Langia was very disappointed, but he still paid. You restored all of my cloud soil. According to the transaction, this is 3 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, waved his hand and refused. I will not accept these 3 immortal yuan stones. When Fan Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together. Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Langia, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia was very straightforward. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, Humph! That brat is crafty and sly. He dared to have such a bad attitude towards me. I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly. Ha! What goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Does he think I can't see it? Humph! Little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing Land Spirit of Langia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fan Yuan, but in wisdom goo. Fan Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while, he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed. In just a short while, he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fan Yuan also exclaimed, This final step can be said to be miraculous. It is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself. Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then, they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades, or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fan Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fan Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Therefore, Fan Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fan Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fan Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fan Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fan Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fan Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used Divine Sense Goo to contact the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia laughed loudly, thinking that Fan Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fan Yuan handed him an immortal goo recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing! Amazing! He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the land spirit of Langia showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago, he was extremely pessimistic about Fan Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after, Fan Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal goo recipes and hand it over to him? The land spirit of Langia could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted. Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird, you actually managed to find this immortal goo recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally? Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fan Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fan Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a Wisdom Path Goo Master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fan Yuan felt some heartache. Langia Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region. Whole Earth Goo could not be used. He could only use Stargate Goo. Land Spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate Goo, right? Fan Yuan asked. Hey, rascal, you know me quite well. Land Spirit of Langia admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate Goo's recipe from Fan Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate Goo and gave it to Fan Yuan, before refining the second set for his own collection. Fan Yuan nodded, transmitting. Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our 2 blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate? Build a Stargate? Land Spirit of Langia shook his head, rejecting Fan Yuan's suggestion without much thought. Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Langia Blessed Land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him any more, instead passing the second immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Langia. You actually completed another one? Land Spirit of Langia was shocked. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this goo, and also a goo refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it? Land Spirit of Langia chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal goo recipe. Ha ha ha, old man, the new generation excels the old, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Langia blessed land all day, you don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation immortal venerable. Fan Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land Spirit of Langia was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal goo remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. Sigh, do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster, they feared my wisdom, and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles, my talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven? Saying so, Land Spirit of Langia finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. Hey rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing two immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well, only then will I admire you. Fan Yuan was silent. Land Spirit of Langia raised his head. Kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility, ahahaha. Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe? Fan Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land Spirit of Langia's laughter stopped abruptly. He shouted in shock. What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fan Yuan's tone was unhurried. He heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it. I am such a genius. I was born this way. Land Spirit of Langia's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession, he had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this. This train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying, twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land Spirit of Langia mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along, even his main body was stumped, he could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, Land Spirit of Langia even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end, there was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fan Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fan Yuan, he had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fan Yuan had deduced. Chapter 672. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius goo master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking. It is not just rare in 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Land Spirit of Langia immediately felt that Fan Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right, Only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and immediately felt that Fan Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying. Instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fan Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Fan Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to Land Spirit of Langya over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile. It would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land Spirit of Langya might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Fan Yuan had no choice, he was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Fan Yuan cry to? Fan Yuan smiled. Land Spirit of Langya did not respond, but he knew these 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused Land Spirit of Langya's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions. Thus he spoke. Land Spirit of Langya, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal yuan stones, while you need immortal goo recipes. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the Land Spirit of Langya hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Fan Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent. This truly changed the Land Spirit of Langya. They had a whole new level of respect for Fan Yuan. Therefore, Fan Yuan's suggestion caused the Land Spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Fan Yuan persuaded again. Land Spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Langya blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Langya blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you through the Stargate. Protect me. The Land Spirit of Langya was finally moved. He thought of Fan Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Langya blessed land, causing the Land Spirit of Langya to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Fan Yuan asked again. You haven't sold Stargate goo in Jewel Yellow Skies, right? Not yet, I don't lack immortal yuan stone. The Land Spirit of Langya said. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. That makes things easier. Stargate goo is a new creation. It is not because whole earth goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate goo, thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all. Fan Yuan had a glib tongue. Every word was in the heart of the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit of Langya finally agreed. Alright, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now, let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes. Saying so, the Land Spirit added. Also, I will provide the Stargate goo, I will lend it to you. This way, he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fan Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way, he had obtained the initial recognition of the Land Spirit of Langya. Communicating with Langya Blessed Land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fan Yuan also controlled the Stargate goo again, preventing it from entering the market of Jewel Yellow Skies and giving other goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate goo, the Land Spirit of Langya, saved Fan Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Langya a sense of security. Fan Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Langya. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated, and I can also get a large amount of immortal yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal goo from the land spirit of Langya in the future. Fan Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal goo in Langya blessed land, especially beast enslavement immortal goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fan Yuan could save a huge amount of goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal! Fan Yuan took 1 step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Langya was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good. Finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, there was hope to complete the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession. Fan Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate goo, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Langya. Fan Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Langya blessed land and bring back Stargate goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was still there. There were still several rivers in the blessed land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fan Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to give Fan Yuan the 3 immortal yuan stones, but Fan Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fan Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Fan Yuan's Starlight Firefly goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly goo's starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Fan Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Langya blessed land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate goo to travel between Langya blessed land and Hu immortal blessed land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Fan Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Fan Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal yuan stone, and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Gyuya first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Fan Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Langya continues, there will be more and more immortal yuan stone. Now I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Fan Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fan Yuan used 1 immortal yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan established the Blood-Winged Demonic Sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life, his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent, the sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fan Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood, lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into jewel yellow skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help, he could do the business himself. Jewel yellow skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes, there was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, ore veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fan Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense, and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fan Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dart Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo, and so on. Evidently, Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Chapter 673. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fan Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fan Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow. He did not recognize it. You can call me 8-arm immortal. I want all of these Starlight Firefly Goo. Fan Yuan transmitted. Fan Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, in exchange for a set of divine sense goo and connecting heaven goo. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will did not recognize Fan Yuan as the former Fox Immortal, and only treated Fan Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fan Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Goo is an ancient goo worm. It is almost extinct now. My Starlight Firefly Goo are of excellent quality. There are over 1,200 of them. How about this? Give me 4 immortal yuan stones. I will sell them all to you. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. You are deceiving me. Don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight Firefly Goo are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yao Guang, Di Yuan, and others. They can buy them from you. Fan Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 Goo Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, he even bought Star Fragment Grass seeds, and also bought the books of their experiences in growing Star Fragment Grass. He spent quite a bit. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will was slightly shocked. He knew Fan Yuan was a knowledgeable person, and immediately changed his tone. Hee, I was just joking earlier. 8-arm immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fan Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 immortal yuan stones for 1,500 starlight firefly goo. Star-Lord Wan Xiang's will immediately rejected. Sir, you are lowering the price too much, I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 immortal essence and 1,200 starlight firefly goo. Fan Yuan bought the starlight firefly goo but did not leave immediately, instead asking, "Do you sell star path killer moves here? Sir, are you a star path goo immortal?" "Ha! Of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 star path killer moves here." Fan Yuan browsed through it. The first star path killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of starlight goo, a few counter star goo, some star shield goo, and so on. This was a defensive killer move. It was activated. A full body armor would form on the goo immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of star rain goo, a small number of spring wind goo, a small number of star shoot goo, and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of spiral bone spear goo, some star river goo, countless star dart goo, a large number of meteor goo, and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of goo worms was described as a large number, a few, these terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the goo worms, or what goo worms were used to support what goo worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 goo worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star-Lord Wan Xiang's will gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an immortal yuan stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body. Currently, only a few goo immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher. It costs 1.5 immortal yuan stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 immortal yuan stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the goo worms used to form the killer move, and so on. But there was one similarity: they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor, even if Fan Yuan was not a Star Path goo immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an immortal yuan stone was too expensive. Fan Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range. The Star Path goo worms used to form it were very common. It was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this Spiral Drill Star Spear that Star-Lord Wan Xiang was selling, Fan Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fan Yuan could not remember the Spiral Drill Star Spear. It meant that it was not outstanding, it might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fan Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fan Yuan thought of Star Fragment Grass. Star Fragment Grass was the food of starlight fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the starlight firefly group, the more starlight firefly goo could be produced. Fan Yuan's need for starlight firefly goo would definitely last for a long time. Thus, he needed this killer move. Fan Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the goo worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a star path goo called Star Shoot Goo. It was a one-time consumable goo. Fan Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was his first time seeing it. Fan Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's scheme. After a goo immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot Goo. And this Star Shoot Goo could only be sold by Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Lord Wan Xiang turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fan Yuan probed. I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot Goo's recipe. Star Shoot Goo was only a rank 3 goo, but this mortal goo's recipe was worth half an immortal yuan stone. It was extremely high. But as Fan Yuan expected, Star Lord Wan Xiang's will rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot Goo was formed naturally in his blessed land. He did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fan Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star Lord Wan Xiang's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of goo immortals. They were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite goo immortals into their blessed land. Fan Yuan saw that Star Lord Wan Xiang's will was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the killer moves Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot Goo. These Star Shoot Goo are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Wan Xiang's will heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot Goo needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal yuan stone. Sir, you are only giving me 2 immortal yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal. I will not do it. Fan Yuan sneered. Star Shoot Goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo. Each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal yuan stone? Sir, you might not know, Star Shoot Goo are naturally produced in my blessed land. Their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside. They are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wan Xiang's will spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fan Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fan Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the 5 regions war, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate, especially in this world. During times of peace, Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone had great value. They could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, and so on replaced Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fan Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy the Spring Star Rain, as well as enough Star Shoot Goo for 10 Spring Star Rains. After this transaction, Fan Yuan continued to search for Jewel Yellow Skies. He found that in Jewel Yellow Skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the Goo Immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fan Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 Goo Immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom. The price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside. thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent, and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change, it is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fan Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fan Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fan Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among Gu immortals, their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times, when Gu immortals nurtured Gu, their demand for mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method, the main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year, there would be production. Gu immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, Gu immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like immortal Gu would not be used often, mortal Gu would be used as common methods, the expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all Gu immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the starlight firefly Gu. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of northern plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish, and hairy men. Fan Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now, there were very few air bubble fish in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fan Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly Gu, they could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fan Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fan Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Gu immortal, but not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battles, Gu refinement, research, and tribulations would all greatly expend a Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fan Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Gu immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel yellow skies, among the Gu immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the 5 regions war? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fan Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the 3 venerables, the 5 regions war was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu immortal had one similarity. That was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the time stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections. The clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the goo path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Fan Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a central continent goo immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Fan Yuan asked Little Immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an Immortal Yuan Stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Fan Yuan would lower the price. Fan Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, This Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 goo, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 goo at the same time required a goo immortal. Mortal goo masters had limited primeval essence. It was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And goo immortals usually fought alone, unless they were enslavement path. But enslavement path goo immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little Immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Fan Yuan was right. It was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But Little Immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods and was a lone cultivator. She needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to goo immortal, because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her goo worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees, most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about Little Immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, Little Immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months, she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this killer move, Frost Veil. But half a piece of Immortal Yuan Stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little Immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited. She immediately thought of her Star Path killer move 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation. It used 6 rank 3 goo and 9 rank 4 goo, but it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 goo. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her. She became humble. Little Immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for Immortal Yuan Stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but Senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Fan Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated. This killer move is barely satisfactory, but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today, I will take care of you. Ha ha, this is half a piece of Immortal Yuan Stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little Immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Fan Yuan. Next, Fan Yuan spent 2 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone to buy a large number of goo refinement materials and mortal goo worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in goo refinement. Fan Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate goo, but the success rate was very low. Back then, even Land's Spirit of Langya failed many times. If Fan Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Jing had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the blessed land's owner. Each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in earth path goo worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. They were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow, they could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate. These rockmen were used to it. Every time Fang Jing passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 goo master. Our Crane Gate's strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Fang Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenchu's soul in it, it said. That won't happen. Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is our sect's 3rd Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies. His strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Fang Jing was fascinated. What realm is a goo immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen. He is really amazing. Master Tenchu replied. Every goo immortal is a genius among the elites. They are dragons and phoenixes among men. They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivated step by step as mortals. Fang Jing, you are already rank 5. Maybe one day you can also become a goo immortal. Fang Jing shook his head. Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic goo. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fang Jing, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact, in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles. Master Tenshura smiled. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said. These rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. All right, we have arrived at the blood pool. Fang Jing heard the words blood pool and his muscles tightened. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside, and steam was rising from it. Fang Jing took a deep breath, took off his clothes, and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush. First, the iron blood goo, Master Tenshura reminded. Fang Jing slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood goo. Immediately, the goo worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fang Jing's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood goo and activate the blood edge goo, Master Tenshura said again. Fang Jing activated the blood edge goo. His body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch black iron blood blades. Then, molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fang Jing's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood goo. it could turn pain into pleasure and help the goo master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly goo master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fangjing black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood goo, Master Tenchurer said again. Fangjing gritted his teeth, activating the blood mixed goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Fangjing groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fangjing's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fangjing. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower goo. Master Tenchurer was monitoring Fangjing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fangjing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fangjing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Ugh! Fangjing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fangjing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenchurer's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fangjing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down, and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Master Tenchurer's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fangjing lowered his head. His vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fangjing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step. You need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fangjing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear. His rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fangjing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. Fangjing wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenchure's soul was reporting Fengjing's training results. He Fingyang's tone was dissatisfied. As expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fuhu Blessed Land and used many relic gu, he still became a rank 5 gu master in a short period of time. Humph, it's just activating 6 or 7 gu worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenchuru deliberated over his words. Fengjing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix gu for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood gu to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. He Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenchuru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fengjing is not far from success. He lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar gu and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time, we can. Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me, how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of gutsku? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenchuru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. He Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short. If we overtrain, Fengjing will not be able to endure it. We can use gu worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenchuru shouted. He Fengyang chuckled. His soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way, you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fengjing is only a rank 5 gu master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sigh. Ever since Su-san and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler He Fengyang's tone was, the colder Master Tenchuru's heart became. He said with a grateful tone. With Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenchuru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room. His smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Feng Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed, and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress, he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long. As long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time, I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsang Yu and Kanyang Lao Jun. Fairy Tsang Yu's battle strength is about the same as mine. She has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kanyang Lao Jun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal Gu. I have no Immortal Gu to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use Immortal Essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed. How much green grape immortal essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fan Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu immortals on our side. As long as Hu immortal's immortal essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time, He Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu immortal blessed land, underground cave. Fan Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 676. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the Starlight Firefly Gu group continued to lose members. The dead Starlight Firefly Gu fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Hu immortal blessed land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just returned from Langye blessed land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunxing was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Hu immortal blessed land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. But he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fan Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha ha ha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Fan Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Eh? Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this! He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately, a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunxing at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move, thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunxing, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Fan Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful. But it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Fan Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunxing did not move. A ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Fan Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Fan Yuan did not stop attacking. His eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air. It can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunxing commented plainly. My killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai-Yinxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fan Yuan chuckled. Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand. The starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai-Yinxing. Tai Bai-Yinxing's heart shook. He quickly activated his killer move. 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size. The 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Bai-Yinxing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center, after images lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Bai-Yinxing laughed heartily. He felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time, the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. A large number of star points shot out in all directions, colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Bai-Yinxing's body. Cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Bai-Yinxing's expression changed. The 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue. Their rotation speed fell sharply. Again! Fan Yuan raised his 8 arms. His 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Bai-Yinxing saw this. His pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Fan Yuan did not move. His 8 arms shot out one after another. The starry cluster flew towards Tai Bai-Yinxing and exploded. Bam bam bam. The explosions continued. Tai Bai-Yinxing was in a sorry state. He dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits. They self-detonated one after another. The power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Bai-Yinxing quickly replenished the 5 rings. No matter how Fan Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Fan Yuan stopped. Tai Bai-Yinxing breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Fan Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Fan Yuan replied bluntly. I named it Icy Drill Stardust. It is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai-Yinxing exclaimed. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Minjun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Minjun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. This star goo. It can increase the attack power of star path goo worms. It is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused this star goo into it. That is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fan Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai Bai-Yinxing realized at once. So that's it. I knew it. My defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings, when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 cloud rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time, and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fan Yuan nodded. This killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 immortal Yuan stones in jewel yellow skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai Bai-Yinxing laughed. I understand this. He wants my landscape as before immortal goo. He is also a goo immortal. He needs to undergo tribulation. When the blessed land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before goo will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many Gu immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghan Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard. It was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. If not for Wisdom Gu, why would I have endless inspiration? Fan Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on Wisdom Gu, without little immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fan Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War, she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fan Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half space immortal yuan stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Gu and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fan Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust. This way, he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say, by relying on Do Min Jun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fan Yuan with envy. Fan Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Gu, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Immortal Venerable breaking Fate Gu, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. Alright, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Langia about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time? Fan Yuan asked. Ever since he knew that long-hair ancestor and giant sun immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Langia was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Langia. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces. He is very busy. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Fan Yuan arrived at Langia Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langia Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai Yunxing's treatment. Fan Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Langia. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Fan Yuan. He greeted first. Sir Fan Yuan, how have you been? Fan Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Langia and threw him a rank 4 East Window Gu. Take a look. East window goo quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia could not stretch out his hands, but Fan Yuan lent him East window goo, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal goo recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally. I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fan Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Langia without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Langia was not stupid, he willed and summoned 30 immortal yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fan Yuan immediately received these immortal yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time. But not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal goo recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal goo recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal goo recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal goo recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, Your Excellency Fan Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal yuan stone, right? Here in Langya Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in jewel yellow skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Ingman city has also collected some goods. Perhaps Your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, had once bought one of my killer moves. The Inkman King saw that Fan Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them? This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. I am ashamed. The name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land. Land Spirit of Langia explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fan Yuan curiously. These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for? You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Langya blessed land should have these goo worms, right? Fan Yuan smiled and said mysteriously. Of course. Land Spirit of Langia slightly raised his head, saying proudly. Every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms from my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo, these 2 goo worms could not even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Langia, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Langia with interest. Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection. How do you solve the problem of feeding them? These days, Fan Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Langia gave him an answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount. This answer made Fan Yuan slightly disappointed. Can you explain in detail? He asked. You have also been to the True Inheritance secluded domain in 88-point Jinyang Tower, right? True Inheritance secluded domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced. Fan Yuan frowned. But even so, True Inheritance secluded domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88-point Jinyang Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal used food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path. I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods. Fan Yuan did not give up. Back then, when your main body refined 88-point Jinyang Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used? Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret. I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this. Fan Yuan nodded. He knew that the land spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, "This goo worm has clearly been tampered with. The goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce. We need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms." Fan Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. "I have over 5,000 star shoot goo." Star shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fan Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000. Of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now. I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a deep sigh. Fan Yuan frowned. Your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers. How long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? No choice. This seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The further I go, the harder it will be to remove the seal. Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history. His name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Langya's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fan Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Langya for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Langya was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Inkman King suggested. Isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Langya Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit, and have him guide us on the spot. Isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Langya immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound. Many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding. He could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we will talk again. Fan Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Langya shouted at Fan Yuan's back. Fan Yuan did not even turn his head, he waved his hand and stepped into the stargate, vanishing. Humph, cocky lad. Land Spirit of Langia looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fan Yuan returned to Wu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Dang Hun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fan Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fan Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Chapter 678. 3 days later, Fan Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace. He no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one. My soul is easily fatigued and weak, and also very restless. Fan Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, guts goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many guts goo growing on Dang Hun Mountain. This was a top-quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water and obsession death domain. This water was recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fan Yuan did not have the lake water. Even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method, sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fan Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, he had earned a total of 60 immortal yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Goo, the Killer Moves Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of Goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal Goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought small Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal yuan stones. Right now, Fan Yuan still had 30.5 immortal yuan stones. But don't look at the immortal yuan stones. The price Fan Yuan had to pay was his own green grape immortal essence. Deducing immortal goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the Land Spirit of Langia, he only had 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left. The second calculation of green grape immortal essence consumed 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Optimizing the Spring and Autumn Cicada seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now only 2 beads of green grape immortal essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the Spring and Autumn Cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 immortal yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 yuan. In short, he had saved 2 immortal yuan stones. With only 2 green grape immortal essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened. Fan Yuan could only use Myriad Self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Fan Yuan used 15 immortal yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape immortal energy. As such, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads. As for the immortal yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now, the spring-autumn cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the land spirit of Langia earned a large number of immortal yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Fan Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Fan Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now, it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding immortal goo. The feeding of mortal goo. Fan Yuan was not worried. But feeding immortal goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fan Yuan had many immortal goo, spring and autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, calamity beckoning, delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, cleanse soul, connect luck, and woman's heart. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This was a huge blessing, but also a huge burden. Spring and autumn cicada was fine, it fed on the water of the river of time, it did not need to be fed. Fixed immortal travels Fan Yuan had once fed it a green grape immortal essence bead a year ago, and central continent time, it could last for 6 years. But 1 year in central continent time did not mean only 1 year had passed in fixed immortal travel. Imperial Court Blessed Land's time, Fan Yuan's immortal aperture's time, and Hu immortal Blessed Land's time were many times faster than central continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, fixed immortal travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Fan Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast's 6-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon, and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind-scythed birds. Cleanse soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal goo woman's heart, land spirit of Langia had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This goo was nurtured and refined in one, the more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning immortal goo was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal goo are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They have been hiding in Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance secluded domain. Over these years, giant suns will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now, they have all left true inheritance secluded domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged rising azure cloud to land spirit of Langia. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, I have also given them to Tai Bai Yunxing for him to worry about. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the immortal goo was not an easy task. Feeding immortal goo was not just a problem of immortal yuan stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money, they could buy anything. But in the goo master world, the economy was not developed. There were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal yuan stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, were hard to find and had powerful goo immortal battle strength. Although Jewel Yellow Skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm goo, laughter stones and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in Jewel Yellow Skies. In contrast, the feeding of woman's heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fan Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. But now that Fan Yuan had the title of 8-Arm Immortal, for the time being, no one would associate him with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they were to be linked, Fan Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of Immortal Goo was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked Land's Spirit of Langia, He Lulon and Fairy Li Shan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land's Spirit of Langia had laughter stones before, but they were used up during goo refinement. Several years ago, a goo immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave Fairy Li Shan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so, they were only for viewing. Later, Fairy Li Shan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fan Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea, in Fan Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources. It could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Dang Hun Mountain being damaged and Tai Bai Yunxing being the easiest to obtain, Fan Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fan Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled as he rambled. Good, everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for Land's Spirit of Langia, and earned 3 immortal yuan stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 immortal yuan stones. Next, I bought the defensive killer move 9 cloud ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought float ball tea grass seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float ball tea grass seeds are very ordinary. You actually spent 1 immortal yuan stone. It seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct. I have inspected your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them. Fan Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Bai Yunxing slapped his thigh. After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly. I have already thought it through. I will use landscape as before to earn immortal yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge goo. Fan Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before goo, you will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. It is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed. We are the only survivors. Right now, we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Goo Immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hong Yun has gone missing. He seems to have been secretly captured by a Goo Immortal. Maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals. Chapter 679. Eastern Sea? Tai Bai Yinxing was astonished. Chapter. That's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas. Its culture is different from Northern Plains. After you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area, it is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Anai clan, Chiu clan, and Ba clan, are all having a headache over this, Fan Yuan said. Tai Bai Yinxing was immediately interested. This seems to be a huge business. Junior brother, you are right. If we cannot survive in Northern Plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel, we cannot see the regional walls. But old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in Northern Plains is too huge, the other 4 regions already know about it. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations, they have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger, you need to be careful, Fan Yuan said sincerely. Tai Bai Yinxing was moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed Northern Plains my entire life. I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself. Fan Yuan nodded, he agreed with this, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yinxing to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yinxing was old and experienced, he was also a flying master, his escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path Defensive Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring, it had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with Anai clan, Chiu clan, and Ba clan, go to Haishur Blessed Land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first, Haishur Blessed Land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in Haishur Blessed Land, you can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble, Fan Yuan said. Tai Bai Yinxing agreed. I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City. Fan Yuan continued. To feed the immortal Gu, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the 6-headed serpent, and the dragon's scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go. Tai Bai Yinxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. Junior Marshal brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and digest some guts Gu. This Gu is a top-quality soul-strengthening Gu, it is always better to be prepared. Junior brother, you're here again. How many times have I told you? This guts Gu is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai Bai Yinxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fan Yuan had already saved his life. He, Tai Bai Yinxing, remembered this kindness in his heart, and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fan Yuan's guts Gu? Fan Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone and I will sell this guts Gu to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal Gu recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai Bai Yinxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fan Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Marshal brother, this trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise, if something happens to you, I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fan Yuan called him Senior Marshal brother, Tai Bai Yinxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. All right, I understand Junior Marshal brother's meaning. Let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yinxing prepared himself and left Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fan Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective goo and Stargate goo to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fan Yuan instructed. Junior Marshal Brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back, Tai Bai Yinxing said. Fan Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Bai Yinxing stored the Stargate goo and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fan Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fan Yuan was currently an immortal zombie. He could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fan Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden, the lines were smooth and smooth, the sand dune was clean. Only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked, like strange claws. It looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin. It was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the goo recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding goo worm would fly out. These goo worms could be mortal goo or immortal goo. But if the wish was for an immortal goo, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had caused Western Desert's goo immortals to fight several times because of this ancient desolate tree. Eventually, several superforces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the superforces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 goo master named Hanli was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal goo called Void Heaven. Fan Yuan was a rank 4 goo master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a goo worm. But this goo worm was only a rare rank 4 goo. Even so, this rare rank 5 goo gave Fan Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse. There were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life, I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Fan Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The Thousand Wish tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing. It could resist immortal goo attacks without falling. Fan Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 goo immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The Thousand Wish tree was taken away by the superforce Shi Clan and planted in Shi Clan's blessed land. From then on, Fan Yuan never saw the Thousand Wish tree again. Fan Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Thousand Wish tree. Even if he did not have a place to plant it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a grassland, not a desert. The Thousand Wish tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the Thousand Wish tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither, and the Thousand Wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Fan Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the Thousand Wish tree. Fan Yuan turned around and looked. There was not a single sand dune behind him. It was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This thousand-wish tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome. The illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Fan Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this thousand-wish tree and became a Gu immortal expert later on. This person's name was Hanli. This person, Hanli, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in Southern Border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage Gu immortal, a famous expert in Western Desert. Many influential figures in Central Continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now, he is still a child. According to the biography of Hanli, he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Fan Yuan's target was Hanli. Ever since Fan Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Hanli was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Border's hunting King's son Gon had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fan Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xinglu might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad. She would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fan Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chaoyu. Although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing. It rose and fell from time to time. It could be seen that his luck was bad. He was also eliminated by Fan Yuan. Only people like Hanli and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fan Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown. Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fan Yuan's first target was Hanli. Chapter 680. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives. They had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages, there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here. Red dagger grass was spaced apart. The blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges. Almost all the children wore leather gloves. Only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose. Holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other, he skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. "Let's go. It's night, the little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food." The largest child spoke. He seemed to be the leader of the children. "How much did you cut?" "Wow, so much! So many!" As usual, they began to compare with each other. I ate my fill today, so I have plenty of energy, hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Hanli. Hey, Hanli, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves, and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it? A little girl with a ponytail asked. A little girl with a ponytail asked. Hanli laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Hanli also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day, he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-size forces GU master. Hanli stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then, he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long, he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then, he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Hanli's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast's pen. Eat. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Hanli turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. Eat, eat, eat more, grow up quickly. Hanli's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not goo, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Hanli's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Hanli did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Gugaga. At this time, Hanli's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Hanli jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Hanli busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fan Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fan Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative GU, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. GU immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough GU worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, "The age seems to match, it should be this lad." While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection GU. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color, and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fan Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color, and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fan Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path through inheritance, He did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Hanli was the only person in Hanli's village. Seeing this, Fan Yuan was certain that this Hanli would become a rank 7 Gu immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head, but could not see anything. It is a pity, after I became an immortal zombie, I cannot check my luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection Gu. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fan Yuan mumbled to himself. He had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Gu, suddenly, a shout could be heard. Little thief Ling Hu, do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li. Quickly return my immortal Yuan stone. Fan Yuan was shocked. He quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, Plump lady? You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing. Bullshit. Little thief Ling Hu, who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady. I will beat the shit out of you this time. Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting, at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed. It was in chaos. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly, someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky. Intense winds blew. The sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast, roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fan Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while, he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female Gu immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fan Yuan. She stretched out her plump finger, shouting, Little thief Ling Hu, you! Just as she spoke, Fan Yuan attacked. Heavenly corpse transformation! Fan Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguised Gu worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female Gu immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked. She spoke again. You! Fan Yuan stepped on the ground. With a loud sound, the ground exploded. He shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fan Yuan's ferocious attack. Her heart shook. She quickly raised her hands. Swish, swish, swish! 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him. Fan Yuan sneered. He increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam, bam, bam! In an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped. She finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper. Fan Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor! She roared, and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time, she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fan Yuan, but she was still fat. Fan Yuan charged forward. The sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam, bam! With 2 loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fist exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back. The scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fan Yuan, however, took a big step forward. His fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam 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 bam. At once, the two fought intensely. Yellow sand flew in the sky. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 681. Fan Yuan laughed strangely. His 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed, or clawed. He displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fan Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fan Yuan's punches flew rapidly. His movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them. She could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fan Yuan saw a flaw. He got close to her. His arms were like strange pythons. His claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared. It raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fan Yuan sneered internally. He had expected this. He moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down. With a loud sound, the sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fan Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! The sand exploded. Her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fan Yuan tore the sand apart. He was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds. He wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fan Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan was faster. Boom! With a loud explosion, Fan Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fan Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater, looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hand suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fan Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fan Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Whew! Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong! What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered. She became nervous again. Dong! The loud sound resounded again. It was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. Damn it! It's the buried dragon sand coffin! Plump Lady became extremely vigilant. She stood up abruptly. But soon her vision turned black. She staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fan Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Fan Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the Buried Dragon Sand Coffin, to trap Fan Yuan underground. Impossible! Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong! Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface, and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook. Her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong! 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 The loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. She was terrified. She felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom! The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore. It completely collapsed. The desert swelled up. Quicksand flowed down like flowing water. A huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind. It was eerie. Fan Yuan was 10 meters tall. He had 8 monstrous arms. He had a green face and sharp fangs. He was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious. There were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick. It made Fan Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering. Demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fan Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense. It was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fan Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His hair was as hard as steel. The effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fan Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo Clan Gu immortal. I was chasing after a scoundrel, but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Hu Su. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Hee, this is getting interesting. Mo Clan Gu immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fan Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo Clan was a superforce in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fan Yuan was unbridled. He did not care about Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fan Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook. The phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fan Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk. She made up her mind to escape. She screamed, and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fan Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fan Yuan activated his movement killer move light illusion bat wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now. She even used her killer move light sand escape. Her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated. He actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Hu Su was carefully hiding deep in the sand. he held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not even dare to breathe loudly. He could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fan Yuan searched for a long time, but there was no effect. He left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Husu was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped. He changed his mind. Time passed slowly. It was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom. It was Fan Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly. Giving up on his search, he rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. South close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant. I almost fell into his trap. Ling Husu curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Husu's curiosity was aroused. But this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fan Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary goo immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fan Yuan, leaving this place. Fan Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit. It was filled with noise. Even though Fan Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the goo immortals' battle was not small. It caused the mortals to panic. Fan Yuan ignored these people. He used luck inspection goo to find Hanli again. He was extremely vigilant. While concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck goo. This time, it was smooth sailing for him. There were no more accidents. The two's luck connected. Fan Yuan saw that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks. It crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Han Li's luck fell to the same level as immortals, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no! Fan Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry. He was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his neck. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Little rascal, quickly, spit it out. His parents were pale with fright. They were flustered. But in the end, Han Li was not saved by them. Chapter 682. Han Li was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old goo master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. M.O., thank you for saving my son. Dr. M.O., we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Han Li opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas! You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. M.O., if not for him, you would have really died. Han Li's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. M.O. Dr. M.O., thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. M.O. and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a goo master stationed in Han village. Saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today. I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. M.O. smiled. Soon after, Under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh? This is interesting. Fan Yuan did not go far, he hid far away and saw this scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals. He was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fan Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save them. He had a large number of healing mortal Gu. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fan Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fan Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fan Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement Gu, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 Gu master. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 Gu master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he, accidentally, discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Mo. Fan Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qingmao Mountain's Guyue Jiangye, he was such a Gu master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fan Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used the mortal Gu. It made him sleep even deeper. Fan Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many Gu worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the Gu worms. Fan Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fan Yuan could not think of the key point, and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth. So this so-called Dr. Mo wants to refine a human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It used human children as the main material to refine the Gu and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine Gu was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Mo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine Gu to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Mo rushed over quickly. This was because the Gu worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine Gu's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fan Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village will definitely be investigated, and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine Gu. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine Gu is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fan Yuan activated the luck inspection Gu again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fan Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Han Li would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Han Li went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Han Li was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some goo worms on Han Li's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day, Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Han Li, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee. Fan Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Sha Jing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of Central Continent. Finally, it flowed out of Central Continent's eastern region and flowed towards Eastern Sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fan Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of Gu masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal Gu masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the Gu worm passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition, I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way, I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away, Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, I found you, Hong Yi. This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the 5 Regions War. He cultivated Strength Path and Soul Path, he had outstanding talent, and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast white-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fan Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village, there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here, it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fan Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time, when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fan Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup Gu, there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Bai Yunxing? Fan Yuan probed with his consciousness, and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Bai Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fan Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup Gu each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fan Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father. Her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it! Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to Northern Plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yu was still living here. It was easy for Fan Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fan Yuan quickly retrieved most of the Gu worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fan Yuan, she immediately got closer. You are finally here! You made me anxious. The situation is urgent. Little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her? Fan Yuan frowned. I was going to show myself, but Little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public. Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? He has other matters to attend to. Fan Yuan asked. How many Gu immortals are chasing her? Only 2. One is He Qing, the other is Shui Songzi. I placed investigative Gu on He Lulan. Her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you. Go save her. Chapter 683. Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter. Why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the yin-yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity. He Chung floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe, which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, his words were sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the yin-yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. I believe Shui Songzi beside you will also be interested. Shui Songzi was tall and thin. He wore a light blue robe. His snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now, he was standing beside He Qing, not saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal, in charge of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma Tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest, and he was suppressed by He Tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Qing plotting to kill Su Xian heir to him. Thus, Shui Songzi had a secret weapon to restrict He Qing. He Lulan had wanted to use Shui Songzi's mouth to destroy He Qing's reputation. But to think that Shui Songzi and He Qing were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Shui Songzi's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Qing with interest. Maybe I can help your daughter? He Qing snorted, ignoring Shui Songzi's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, Daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. Father? He. The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord Heiqing had actually brought a demonic path Gu Immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be. Heiqing was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. Lu Lan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength true martial physique. Becoming a Gu Immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength path Gu Immortal. Humph, if you have the guts, then kill me. Hei Lolan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. You've forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes. All your efforts will be in vain. Let's see what you can do to me. Heiqing laughed heartily. If you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals. Even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu Immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu Immortal like me, humph, a fantasy. But even though he said that, Heiqing was still feeling vexed in his heart. Hei Lulan spoke of Heiqing's worries. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. Heiqing lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much, and Hei Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with Heiqing's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu Immortals. But now, he only brought one person, Xuesongzi. And Xuesongzi was a demonic path Gu Immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, Heiqing had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when Hei Lulan exposed the secret, after Xuesongzi got hold of Heiqing's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If Heiqing's reputation was tarnished, Hei tribe's Gu Immortals would be able to suppress Xuesongzi. But if he used it to threaten Heiqing, Xuesongzi could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xuesongzi found Heiqing alone and used this secret to threaten him. Heiqing was shocked at that time. The secret he had kept for so many years was exposed. He almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Xuesongzi's threats. Afterwards, Heiqing persuaded Xuesongzi to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Xuesongzi demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method. Although Xuesongzi was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu Immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method. Heiqing was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus, Heiqing and Xuesongzi formed an alliance. Just as Hei Lulan, Heiqing, and Xuesongzi were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside Hei Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fan Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms. His face was green and eyes were red. His whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor. The armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. Thus, he first activated his defensive killer move Hair Armor before using Fixed Immortal Travel to get here. Although Fixed Immortal Travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu Masters could use Gu Worms to form clothes and armor. They would not have to run around naked. When Fan Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu Worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kimhong. You are finally here! Hei Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. What immortal Gu is this? Who are you? Xuesongzi was shocked, he quickly asked. Fan Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice. he said with killing intent. The person who will kill you in the future, he replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan. Quick! We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away. Hearing that Fan Yuan wanted to kill him, Shui Songzi was furious. You talk big. The Gu immortal beside him, He Qing, reacted faster than him. Attack! That is the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Luan had already successfully entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Shui Songzi's expression turned solemn. He waved his sleeves and a crescent blade wheel the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade wheel whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fan Yuan. Killer move, icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fan Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal Yuan stones. Fan Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, light illusion bat wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fan Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground, and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine. The ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fan Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Qing's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fan Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Qing was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fan Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fan Yuan, no matter how he tried, he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fan Yuan was a flying master, he could not use it well. The dark arrow was getting closer and closer to Fan Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fan Yuan's defensive killer move Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the dark arrow could break it with one stab. Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the dark arrow. Especially this dark arrow, it directly ignored Fan Yuan's body, heart, and other areas, it targeted Fan Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fan Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed, they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed, the mind would be destroyed. Fan Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the dark arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fan Yuan enough time. Fan Yuan twisted and turned, the many mortal goo that formed the killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Qing sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 dark arrows at once. No matter who you are, it is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 dark arrows consecutively. He Qing looked down at Fan Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just playing with you. Fan Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 dark arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore, thus he activated Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fan Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fan Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the dark arrow. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Chapter 684. Another immortal goo! Shui Songzi's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had two. Hey Ching, Shui Songzi, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life, because you do not have much time left. Fan Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves, at the same time, his body shone with jade green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped! Shui Songzi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned He Qing. Aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Shui Songzi, watch your tone. He Qing was expressionless. He looked at Shui Songzi coldly. Shui Songzi was suppressed by He Qing's aura. His expression became more restrained. He Qing spoke slowly. The other party has 2 movement immortal goo. Unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on He Luan is extremely secretive. It is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in Northern Plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time. We have already found out the force behind He Luan. Without the help of others, He Luan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind He Luan is not simple. The situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, He Qing's lips curled into a smile. He did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on He Luan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation. On the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Shui Songzi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind He Luan? He Qing asked meaningfully. Fan Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, He Qing and Shui Songzi didn't know Fan Yuan's true battle power. Fan Yuan didn't receive their attention, they only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Shui Songzi's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person, he had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. He Qing nodded. That's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws. How can we investigate them? Shui Songzi felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome. They made him feel restricted when doing things. He didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. He Qing laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, He Qing's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fan Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's place. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing the bloodied He Luan coming out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over to check. Little Aunt, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing. He Luan smiled, as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Li Shan relaxed, letting out a breath of air. It seems that you guessed correctly. That old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive. We checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything. Fan Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He stared at He Lulan. That means you were discovered by He Qing on purpose? Not on purpose. He Lulan looked straight into Fan Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. Earlier, Little Ant collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyun's whereabouts. Ma Hongyun was captured by Northern Plains Gu immortal Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time, I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that He Qing was nearby, the moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, I was discovered by him. Fan Yuan nodded. He believed He Lulan's words. Of course, this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule: allies could keep secrets, but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it, you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyun is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Han Li and Hong Yi. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan asked, how reliable is the information about Ma Hongyun being captured by Qin Baixing? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other, before Fairy Lishan said, according to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the Wind Veil of Assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyun away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baixing is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyun is related to Giant Sun Immortals' Luck Path True Inheritance. It is too tempting to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baixing does not have a Huangjin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred. Fan Yuan nodded. This means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baixing, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the Luck Path True Inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel He Qing is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. He Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fan Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fan Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met He Qing, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To He Qing, the Luck Path True Inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the Luck Path True Inheritance. With so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome He Lulan first. Fan Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. He Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression. I don't have much time left, thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Qing comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing He Qing head-on? By then, I can't escape. I can only resist him to protect you. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Lishan said, Fan Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth chi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Qing's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunxing, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fan Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace Gu, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fan Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Li Shan came to a realization. 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fan Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a Gu recipe. Fan Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, it was a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the Gu immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw, it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal Gu immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fan Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Xingtian. Kong Xingtian was the name of a person. He was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of Gu masters. He had the 4th-ranked mystical Gu, Chi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Chi Escape Gu was ranked 4th. It was created by reverse refining the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed, it was number 1 in the world, no Gu could compare to it. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Xingtian had used Chi Escape Gu as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the Gu immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the Gu immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kong Xingtian was also very suitable for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had a zombie body, his pores were tough, even if they were destroyed, his recovery speed was shocking, he could recover rapidly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe, it could refine rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Fan Yuan. Chapter 685. Fan Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path Gu recipe. How many immortal yuan stones? Fairy Li Shan answered. Poison breath needs 2 immortal yuan stones, and group strength Gu's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal yuan stones. Fan Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary, it was indeed worth 2 immortal yuan stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. It was normal for the Gu recipe to cost 2 immortal yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength Gu recipe was the most attractive to Fan Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fan Yuan was tight on money, he still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, this group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe, the Gu refinement materials are ancient, they are not easy to find now. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Oh Fan Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength Gu's recipe for Little Lan. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this Gu, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently. He Lulan added. That's right, recently, a Gu immortal in Jewel Yellow Skies, Shirley, known as the Immortal Monkey King, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands. It has already caused quite a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Among the Gu recipes of group strength Gu, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them. Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fan Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair? This ancient Gu refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by immortal monkey King Shirley's family. Its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, there's nothing good that's cheap. Fan Yuan. I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes. Its power is truly shocking. Even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength Gu's value to you, Fan Yuan, is much higher than ordinary Gu immortals. 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal Yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fan Yuan's immortal Yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fan Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Langia. Haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fan Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group's strength Gu's recipe. There were also 4 immortal Yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Xing Tian, it was not suitable for Fan Yuan. Kong Xing Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move's speed was not bad, and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fan Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fan Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Xing Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Xing Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fan Yuan gave up on using Kong Xing Tian. He now had 19.5 immortal Yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape immortal essence, and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fan Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a Stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage. Her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection Gu. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise, why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Qing? Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule: allies could not be harmed. Fan Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fan Yuan did not have break luck Gu, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Wu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan first took out 8 pieces of immortal Yuan stone and converted them into his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used worldly wave trace immortal Gu to fight He Qing, consuming a total of 6 green grape immortal essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape immortal essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fan Yuan refined 8 pieces of immortal Yuan stone, his total green grape immortal essence beads increased to 19. This way, Fan Yuan's immortal Yuan stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Qing, Fan Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fan Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fan Yuan had expended 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 immortal Yuan stone, the killer move poison breath, and the group's strength Gu's recipe. Evidently, he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan took out the Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Gu's aura was not as stable as before. It gave off a feeling of weakness. The Gu worm also did not have a healthy luster, it looked dark and lifeless. Fan Yuan understood. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was originally an Imperial Court blessed land. It would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's would use Water Pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this Immortal Gu many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line, it needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was the first hungry Immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fan Yuan would have even more Immortal Gu that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed Worldly Wave Trace Gu, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fan Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunxing left, the land spirit took over Tai Bai Yunxing's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fan Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth. The economy here was not developed. One could not buy anything they wanted. Fan Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing brought him good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land. He had smoothly come into contact with some Gu immortals. He even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them. Not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions' zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local super forces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way, they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Bai Yunxing's letter suggested Fan Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fan Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the heaven and earth chi of Northern Plains. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance. One's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fan Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fan Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Bai Yunxing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most, the price will be higher. If I do not use Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fan Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan. He rejected Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. After resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley, under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights. It was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes, they were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a bye and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10. They will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10. As long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong-yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball, under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Chapter 686. Hong-yi had already decided to use passable goo to deal with the enemy's defensive goo. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong-yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them, before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong-yi would not be in a rush to attack, he would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong-yi. It could be said that Hong-yi had a huge advantage with this goo. He would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Hong-yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone. Other than passable goo, I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong-yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while before rushing over, thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fan Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong-yi's luck. His luck was milky white, it was very special, it gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong-yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fan Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk. It was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son. His younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits. Instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Hong-yi earlier, he almost choked to death. This time, Hong-yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck, it has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fan Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found 2 sneaky goo masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fan Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many goo worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of immortal goo connect luck, on the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fan Yuan's surveillance. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These 2 sneaky goo masters were not weak, they were both rank 5 goo masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fanny, are you sure there's an Ji forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry, follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? This is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking, otherwise, he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him. How can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our 2 sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fan Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. She forest, earth horse? His heart jumped. This she forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed goo worms or be sold as goo refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji forest. There were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 earth escape goo. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision goo. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust goo. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures. It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these 2 rank 5 goo masters, coveted them. But to Fan Yuan, earth horses and Ji forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts, they were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods. Fan Yuan did not need to use immortal yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fan Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 goo masters, entering the underground Ji forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest. It was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji forest. Such a large Ji forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fan Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest Lingji here. It was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji King. Fan Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji King. Beside the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horse guards, as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild goo in the ant group, and there were even wildwood path goo worms on the Lingji King. But these were all mortal creatures. Fan Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fan Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position, he ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The earth horse guards were intimidated by Fan Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fan Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji King. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji King heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fan Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Who immortal blessed land's soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fan Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Fan Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from jewel yellow skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji King would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fan Yi looked at each other. Fan Yuan took away the Lingji King heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fan Yi arrived before the Lingji King, Fan Yuan had already disappeared, he had left. The remaining Earth Horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon, Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fan Yi away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, swish, swish. Water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fan Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fan Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fan Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fan Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many goo worms. These goo worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck, he had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, an influential person on the same level as Hanli and Hong Yi. But different from Hanli who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fan Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fan Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fan Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the black-yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fan Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of biography of Yi Fan. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fan Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. Chapter 687. The stars were like diamonds, decorating the night sky. Wind blew from the river. Occasionally, there would be the cries of beasts and birds. It made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fan Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistaken biography of Yi Fan? Fan Yuan could not help but think, but soon, he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there. Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fan Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away, Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff, 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 Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan. I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally. He was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous. It was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it. Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries. It was not big, it was lying on the ground, its eyelids were drooping, it was weak. On its snow-white fur, there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully. He could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly. Its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body, looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood. Even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry, it has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air. He relaxed but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor did not react. It allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time, it was wet and hot. The Beast King was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast Emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day, I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me. Who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village? Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog Beast King. He activated a goo worm to heal the Beast Emperor's injuries, to alleviate its condition. Then, he took out precious food and water and fed them to the Beast Emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped Beast King finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 Beast King. But at least it was out of danger. It was no longer feverish and could run freely, following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped Beast Emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fan Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lolan's tribulation. By then, Fan Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal He Qing and rank 6 Shui Song Zi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Bai Yunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Luan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fan Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier rank 6. If he used the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fan Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled, her battle strength was also upper to rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fan Yuan could not catch up to her. But Fan Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly, Fan Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit, and could only escape. Shui Songzi's battle strength should also be upper tier rank 6. He was a wealthy Gu immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Shui Songzi was an experienced Gu immortal. If Fan Yuan did not use myriad self or immortal Gu to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And He Qing's battle strength was upper to rank 7. He Qing was older than Shui Songzi and He Bai. His rank 7 blessed land was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, He Qing seemed to have seized an immortal Gu somewhere in northern plains. But as for what it was, He Qing had not exposed it yet. He Qing's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous path Gu immortals, and also fought to the death with demonic path Gu immortals, killing several demonic path Gu immortals. He Qing did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper to rank 7. Fan Yuan had fought with He Qing before. But the battle was very short. Fan Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fan Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not have any immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the dark arrow attacked, Fan Yuan could only dodge, he could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Clan Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self Killer move. Because of this, Fan Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fan Yuan had the strength to fight He Qing head-on. Fan Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fan Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet, the less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fan Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Hanli appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fan Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hanli appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fan Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me, but because of Yi Fan. Fan Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing. It was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fan Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Hanli and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyan. Fan Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time, he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fan Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fan Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the 3 Kings' blessed land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan? Fan Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish, he did not discover that Fan Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fan Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fan Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fan Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fan Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fan Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fan Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lolan's tribulation made Fan Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Qing was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal. His battle strength surpassed Fan Yuan's. Shuesong Zi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak. He was not an easy opponent. Even without He Qing and Shuesong Zi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and Personal Battle Attainment. Fan Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high. It was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fan Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fan Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fan Yuan had many immortal Gu. He needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fan Yuan, that was to refine immortal Yuan stone. And Fan Yuan only had 11.5 immortal Yuan stone left. Fan Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time," he greeted. Even though in the legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fan Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what. Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fan Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma king's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open. Mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's Valley's soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fan Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Goo was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first, it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. Wisdom Goo, it's time to get down to business, Fan Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Goo stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fan Yuan within. Fan Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, deducing the Immortal Goo remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Langia, obtaining 40 Immortal Yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% Immortal Goo remnant recipe required 10 Immortal Yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% Immortal Goo remnant recipe required 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Fan Yuan completed 2 Immortal Goo remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% Immortal Goo remnant recipes. The Immortal Goo remnant recipes in the land spirit of Langia's hands were not all 90% Immortal Goo remnant recipes. Most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fan Yuan obtained a lot of Immortal Yuan stones each time, deducing Immortal Goo remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape Immortal Essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Langia, his net profit was around 26 Immortal Yuan stones. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal sent good news. A Goo Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fan Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Goo to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to contact the Goo Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity beckoning Immortal Goo in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast's 6-headed snake. But after Fan Yuan took a look, he found that this doll had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast's corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. I'm sorry, the Goo Immortal who was selling the corpse replied. Fan Yuan inspected the 6-headed snake's corpse and found that the Goo Immortal was not lying, it was as he said. But Fan Yuan was not discouraged, he still decided to buy this 6-headed snake's corpse. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Goo Immortal. Its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine Goo. Fan Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 Immortal Yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton, it could produce blood. Fan Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life, he was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity beckoning Immortal Goo's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fan Yuan went to Immortal Monkey King Shirley's stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a Goo refinement material. Shirley did not personally pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies, he left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom Path inheritances were hard to come by, but Wisdom Path Goo worms were not rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Almost every Goo Immortal had one, it was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in Jewel Yellow Skies. Otherwise, Fan Yuan would not have been able to buy so many Wisdom Path Goo worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fan Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 Immortal Yuan stone. Even though Fan Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, This stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many goo immortals still bought it. Which goo immortal did not have goo recipes? Immortal goo remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have one or two, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of goo immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you, if you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the goo immortal's intentions, and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fan Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient goo refinement materials. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 goo immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Langya blessed land and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fan Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength goo. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually, he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fan Yuan started to refine group strength goo. Group strength goo was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move myriad self, it would greatly raise Fan Yuan's battle strength. Fan Yuan did not want to refine one rank 5 group strength goo, but the more the better. At this time, the old hairy men that Fan Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in goo refinement. Fan Yuan broke down the steps of group strength goo, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a goo refinement master, he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fan Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength goo. Goo worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength goo. But Fan Yuan expended a large number of goo refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group's strength goo recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fan Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group's strength goo recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fan Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path goo recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation in time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fan Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move myriad self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength goo into the killer move myriad self. During the goo refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal blessed land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the 6-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone will goo that Fan Yuan obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai Bai Yinxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld Jellyfish, Deep-Sea Lightning Eels, you actually collected all of these ingredients? Fan Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai Bai Yinxing in astonishment. Tai Bai Yinxing, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before Immortal Goo, I was welcomed by many Goo Immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already Goo Immortals inviting me to join Haishur Blessed Land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yinxing said. Fan Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The Goo cultivators who joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Haishur Blessed Land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more Goo Immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur Blessed Land became the best place for Goo Immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai Bai Yinxing was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before Immortal Goo, which many Goo Immortals needed. But Goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai Bai Yinxing could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that Goo Immortals wanted to recruit Tai Bai Yinxing as one of their own. Tai Bai Yinxing continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haishur Blessed Land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate Goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance, and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haishur Blessed Land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haishur Blessed Land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai Bai Yinxing, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xian Yuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fan Yuan frowned. Tai Bai Yinxing chuckled. He said lightly, Oh, he has a rule path Immortal Goo. It is called Death Date is Coming. I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 Immortal Goo. It is a rule path Goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even Goo Immortals will die. Fan Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 Immortal Zombie. Tai Bai Yinxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the Immortal Goo, it is not a problem for now. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yinxing, sighing. Tai Bai Yinxing laughed heartily, patting Fan Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fan Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu Blessed Land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu Blessed Land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu Blessed Land. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yinxing deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fan Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity beckoning immortal goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai Bai Yunxing brought back to feed worldly wave trace immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing had indeed helped Fan Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal goo was indispensable. After Fan Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fan Yuan had 29.5 immortal yuan stone, 17 green grape immortal essence. Without any hesitation, he used almost all the immortal yuan stone he had. He refined them all into green grape immortal essence, obtaining 46 green grape immortal essence beads. Only half space immortal yuan stone was left. 46, it is still not enough. Fan Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langia. Fairy Li Shan lent Fan Yuan 30 immortal yuan stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langia, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him, and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langia, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fan Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo, but seeing this situation, he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the river of time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed. It was finally the day of He Lulan's immortal ascension. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fan Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunxing had already answered. This is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded. Thus, this place has little life force, and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places. Fan Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to Gu immortal in the future. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, and a handful of Gu worms appeared in her palm. If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these Gu worms. Fan Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. Oh? It is actually an ancient chi path rank 5 Gu, small family chi Gu? This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this Gu worm can absorb all kinds of chi in heaven and earth, and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal Gu great family chi. The Chi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao, and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fan Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise. Fan Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his eyes brightened. This Gu worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth chi is too dense. With this Gu worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sigh, if not for this small family chi Gu, I would not have the confidence to let little Lan advance to Gu immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family chi Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone with joy, while Fan Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Qing. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently, he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, "We need to plan for the worst. He Cheng's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Tao seal, cleansed and purified. Even He Cheng's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave." "I understand, go ahead," Fan Yuan said. He Luan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu Master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the Gu worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth Qi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. He Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above He Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks, from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of Earth Qi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, Earth Qi erupted, and with puffing sounds the Earth Qi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fan Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue. Even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fan Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth Qi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding far away. His figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation, he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth Qi became denser. He Lulan started to sprinkle small family Qi Gu. Chapter 690. With small family Qi Gu, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fan Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan did not move at all. His immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang, bang, bang. He Lulan continued to throw out small family Qi Gu. When these ancient Qi Path Gu worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth Qi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family Qi Gu self-detonated. The absorbed heaven and earth Qi returned to heaven and earth. When a Gu master becomes a Gu immortal, heaven and earth Qi will fluctuate intensely. Be it mortal Gu or immortal Gu, they will suffer backlash. Even though He Lulan had prepared small family Qi Gu, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly. It could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the Qi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, He Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from goo worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fan Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his goo worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fan Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful, some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Goo masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fan Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative goo and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fan Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal goo. But his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound, and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulan grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a goo master hears it, their blood will flow backwards and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulan had the great strength, true martial physique, so her chi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to here, Fan Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed, even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it any more and exploded. But Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. His heart was no longer his weakness. Such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy, it shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fan Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust. He gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fan Yuan gave a light shout. His 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, a large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fan Yuan's ears again. Fan Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to goo immortal? He continued to use icy drill stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, It had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal yuan stones. The icy drill stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fan Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again. Her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength, true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number 1 among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family chi gu with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family chi gu on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family chi gu. After all, they were ancient chi path gu worms. Even with the gu recipe, the gu refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fan Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment, he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness and tenderness, but also resentment and resentment. When Fan Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength. He was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness. His lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt weak and powerless. Fan Yuan cursed inwardly. He activated investigative gu and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation. Before Fan Yuan could activate his killer move. After breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong dong dong. The sound was like thunder. It was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fan Yuan's mind. In Fan Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate, they were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought tremor, sound tribulation. Immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think, his body shook intensely, he almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated delight in water and mountain gu with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into delight in water and mountain gu. The majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fan Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off. The 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp sound did not stop. It approached Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow. They were extraordinarily sharp. They formed a huge net that enveloped Fan Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible. They were formed from sound. Fan Yuan's hairs stood on end. This is flying blade sound tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move, before activating a movement killer move. Fan Yuan continued to move. The black armor broke into pieces. After leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fan Yuan moved left and right. He finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fan Yuan snorted. He quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right. His body was like a phantom. At the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and his shattered heart also formed back together. Howl, howl, howl! Without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again. Fan Yuan's blood flowed in reverse. His heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lolan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fan Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended. In just a short period of time, 1/10 of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying. It is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors, slowly forming. Earlier, the 4 chimes had already made Fan Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fan Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yunxing was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lolan's difficulty was even higher than his, by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, they can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them. She almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. If all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming. This tribulation will fail prematurely. There is no hope of success. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold. The more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack, crack, crack. Throughout the process, the mortal Gu he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fan Yuan had made ample preparations. He had more than enough spare Gu worms. His killer moves never stopped. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.